Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of Medina Institute, I'd like to welcome all of you and those online to our Zakat 101 seminar with our honorable lecturer Sheikh Imtiaz Isaacs Al-Azhari. Firstly, Ramadan Mubarak to all of you and your beloved families. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you all an accepted Ramadan. Our program for today will consist of 4 sessions of 40 minutes. Due to time constraints, we request that you keep your questions for the last session. We are honored to have Sheikh Imtiaz teaching us key concepts of this topic. Sheikh Imtiaz completed his hifd at Jami'atul Qura at the tender age of 11 years old. He thereafter continued his studies at Darun Na'im. Sheikh Imtiaz completed his studies and majored in Islamic law at the prestigious University of Al-Azhar al-Sharif in Egypt. Sheikh is currently teaching Usul al-Fiqh, Arabic, and Hadith at Medina Institute. It gives me great pleasure in handing over the Sheikh, and we look forward to benefiting from his knowledge. Bismillah. Shukran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, thumma alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين وإمام المتقين نبينا ومولانا وقدوتنا وحبيبنا محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي ثم أما بعد. First and foremost, we thank and we praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our nourisher, cherisher, sustainer, the provider, the omnipotent, and thereafter we send the choicest of salutations and salams on the best of creation, our role model, our chain of transmission, our beloved messenger Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, his pure household, his companions, and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to shower the same salutations and blessings upon this beautiful gathering. Ameen Ya Rabbil Alameen. I greet you all with the most authentic greeting of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. So before we commence with the session, inshallah ta'ala, on behalf of the Medina Institute, we'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to our Zakat 101 seminar. It gives us great pleasure as we are on the doorstep to the beautiful month of Ramadan with its beautiful days and beautiful nights. And as we prepare for the month of Ramadan, we enter this month with this beautiful seminar that will be highlighting the key concepts around Zakah. I'll try to break up the session in 3 segments. The first segment will be an overview or a tutorial of the lexical meaning as well as the technical meaning of Zakat, then exploring the wisdom and the benefits of Zakat. This will also include discussing the conditions, the impediments, and the causes of Zakat. And then finally, we will give some examples and scenarios to make it more relevant and applicable to our current situation in the 21st century. The second part will be where we discuss some of the pertinent rulings evolving around Zakat. So I'll try to restrict the discussion to the things that are relevant to the industrial society, as many of the legislative rulings pertaining to Zakat in our fiqh manuals are pertaining agrarian society. And this means that our scenarios given in the fiqh manuals are speaking about situations that are more accustomed to people that are dealing with the bartering system. So the buying and selling is totally different to the way it is in an industrial society. So for example, in an industrial society, we have Bitcoin, we have the cryptocurrencies, we have a whole spectrum of different ways that we trade and we buy and sell. In the bartering system, the buying and selling was exchange of barley and wheat and salt and dates. So it's a very different background that we need to speak about. And then the third part of the seminar will be evolving around Q&A, meaning questions. I will take from Sister Amira, inshallah, and we will try to provide answers. So let us begin with the idea of zakah. When we think of the word zakah, it is, in this session, the word zakah is very difficult to translate. And it's used interchangeably with the word sadaqah. And in this session, for our purposes, I will use the word zakah. When I do use the word sadaqah, I indicate what I mean by sadaqah. But we will find, as we will explore later on in the seminar, that the word sadaqah, when it occurs in the Quran, it also means zakah. So we look at the lexical meaning of zakah, meaning according to the ulama of the Arabic language, they had mentioned at least 5 different meanings for the word zakah. The first meaning that we find that is very prevalent in our fiqh manuals is the word nama, which means that the word zakah actually means development. So it develops something. So they will say zakah zara, meaning he had cultivated or he had developed. And here they also refer to it as growth. So we can say the first meaning that we want to ascribe to zakah is the word growth. So we would say that the first lexical meaning for zakah would be growth, nama. And the example for that would be zakah zara. He had cultivated the land. And we will find that the word zakah can have a tangible meaning and then it can have a non-tangible meaning as well. The second meaning that we can ascribe to the word zakah can be ziyadatul khair, an increase of, or in goodness, ziyadatul khair, an increase in goodness. The third meaning that we can ascribe to zakah will be barakah, al-barakah, so blessings. Right? Again, we are only dealing here with the lexical meaning, meaning according to the scholars of the Arabic language, we would say that the word zakah can have 1 of 5 meanings. The first of them being growth, and nama, and we said that that could be tangible or non-tangible. Like we had given the example zakah zara, right? Which means that he had cultivated the land, he saw actual growth within the land. The second meaning that we attributed was blessings, barakah. And here these blessings can also be tangible and non-tangible. Hence why we see in the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he uses the word sadaqah, he says, as-sadaqatu burhan, that charity is a proof. But how is it a proof when you are giving away something that is tangible, which is your wealth? And the blessings here is non-tangible because the compensation is in the akhirah, in the year after, which to many people, they don't believe in the year after. Despite the fact they say, we believe in the akhirah. But the zakah we see that it has an intrinsic meaning of testing our faith and our honesty in our belief. Do we really believe that when we are giving our wealth away, that it is actually increasing? Because this is one of the lexical, linguistic meanings of zakah, is that when we give the 2.5% of our wealth away and it becomes the ownership of one of the 8 categories that are deserving recipients of zakah, then do we see actual tangible growth? No, to many, we are seeing that our money is actually decreasing. So, yes, let's say the threshold of zakat is, he owns the threshold of zakah, meaning his wealth that he owns includes his property, it includes his money, it includes, for example, crops, mines. We can also speak about treasure troves. We can also speak about the idea of having real estate. So once he is able to identify the nisab, meaning the minimum amount where zakat is payable, inshallah, before we delve into the rulings, I will give you a set of vocabs that you require to know throughout the seminar, in case I'm using certain vocabs that might not be understood. Okay, but I'm still defining the definition of zakat linguistically. So when we open the Arabic dictionaries, these are the 5 meanings we're going to find. Okay. The 4th meaning is purification, tatyir. And we find this in the Quran also. قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that indeed the one who is successful is the one who is purified. قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا. So here the word zakka comes from the word zakah. But we see that the usage of the word means purification. Many of the mufassirun are saying that the word or the pronoun that is referring to purification here is rather referring to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, meaning that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala purifies this person. So here the word zakah means purification. The final and last meaning, lexical meaning for zakah will be al-madh. We say al-madh is praise. Al-madh, Surah Najm. فَلَا تُزَكُّوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Do not praise yourself. فَلَا تُزَكُّوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. The word tuzakku comes from the word zakah again. But the usage of the Quran here, we see that the Quran is using the word zakah to mean what? Praise. Okay. So I'll reiterate the 5 linguistic meanings of the word zakah. Number 1, growth. Okay. And we gave an example of that. Number 2, al-barakah, blessings. Number 3, ziyadatul khair, an increase in good. Ziyadatul khair. And we spoke about the example where the person is giving 2.5% away. So where's the ziyadatul khair? Where's the increase of goodness? No, it's non-tangible. The 4th meaning we provided was tathir, purification. And we gave the evidence for this in Surah وَالشَّمْسِ وَضُحَاهَا, in Surah Al-Shams. قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا. The final and last meaning, linguistic meaning for zakah will be al-madh, praise. The evidence for this is in Surah Al-Najm. فَلَا تُزَكُّوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Do not praise yourselves. Okay. The second part that we will discuss now will be the common use vocabs that I'll use throughout the seminar. So the first term will be nisab. Nisab. We spell it in Arabic, Noon, Sad, Alif, Ba. The transliteration for that would be Nisab, Nisab. So what do we mean? What does the jurists mean when they use this term Nisab? Basically means the payable amount of zakat, or the minimum amount when zakat becomes payable. Some also refer to it as the minimum amount or the threshold to identify when the person should actually pay zakat. Okay, the threshold for identifying when a person should pay zakat. So that is the first terminology that I need you to know. So I'll be using this term throughout the seminar. So when we use the word nisab, you know that I'm referring to the threshold when zakat becomes payable. Okay? So this means when I own a certain amount of wealth, money, property, we will speak about what are the zakatable assets, right? In order to identify, or when you speak about wealth, the definition of wealth, what does that include? Does it mean if I own a house that I need to pay zakat on my house? Is that a zakatable asset? Okay. If I own more than one car, or even one car, is this a zakatable asset? Meaning, do I need to pay zakat on my car? Do I need to pay zakat on my house? Do I need to pay zakat on the wedding ring that my wife bought me, that I lost? She's gonna kill me if she has that, but I think I lost it like the third day. Taking wudu. Left it somewhere in the ablution area. Anyway, so the jewelry. Do we need to pay zakat on the jewelry that we collect? Some people are collecting jewelry. Others are not collecting it for the sake that they like jewelry. Like we know in certain regions, jewelry is like one of the tools for females. It's like part of the makeup, you know. The cameraman has his tool, the scholar has his tools. And in certain societies, for women, jewelry is a necessity. It is a tool. Like in other societies, bags for women are tools, you know. So these valuables, do we need to pay zakat on it? So identifying the quantity that we have of it, we refer to this as the nisab. Okay? So let's say we quantify the valuables that we have. Now we need to identify what would be the threshold in order for me to be eligible to pay zakat. Does that make sense? Nisab. So in short, we can just refer to nisab, inshallah. In this seminar, we will refer to it as the zakat payable amount. Okay? The zakat payable amount. The second terminology, hawl. In Arabic, ha, waw, lam. In the transliteration of that would be Hawl, hawl, hawl. So the jurists often use hawl when discussing zakah. What do they mean, hawl? They are referring to a full lunar Hijri year. Again, they are referring to a full lunar Hijri year, which consists of 54 days and approximately plus minus 8 hours. So we're not referring to the solar year, right? But we are referring to the calculation of a full lunar year, which is dependent, meaning the calculation of the lunar year is dependent on the moon or the sun. The moon, right? That's why we went to sight the moon last night, in order to identify the month, right? So the calculation of the month, the Prophet ﷺ says, "Ash-shahru tis'un wa ashiruna yawma aw thalathun." The Islamic year consists of either 29 days or 30 days. This is how we have calculated as Muslims the lunar year. The Quran also says, "Inna iddata shuhuri 'inda Allahi 12 shahran fi kitabillah." That the number of months, according to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran, and this verse is in Surah Tawbah, are 12. Okay? And in a nutshell, the number of days the fuqaha had mentioned is 354 days and approximately 8 hours. So when we speak about a hawl, and they mention that as a prerequisite in order for zakat to be payable, this would be on, for example, crops. So not all zakatable assets requires a full lunar year to pass by in order for zakat to be payable. But it can be immediately payable, such as mines, treasure troves, and in certain instances, crops as well. Okay? But the hawl generally applies to money. So you require a full year where you are not using those or the money that you own. Or, for example, we also refer to it as properties, zakatul mal, okay, the zakat of wealth. The third terminology that I want you to know is mu'awada. Mu'awada. The transliteration for that would be MUAWADAH. And mu'awada is an exchange. Usually they refer to it in buying and selling. It's a commercial term, but it means potential or an actual exchange. So when we speak about mu'awada, we're speaking about a potential or an actual exchange. Okay, so those are the three terms that I need you to know: nisab, hawl, and mu'awada. So the hawl only applies to livestock, money, and we say traded goods or commercial goods, if you like. What does it mean, before we delve into the different types of zakah, what does it mean to be poor? How do we identify if someone is poor? And how do we identify if someone is wealthy? Because there's a common misunderstanding that zakat is only payable to a poor person and a needy person. And this is what we want to clarify today as well, that we have 8 deserving recipients of zakah. And this means that you could be wealthy and still be eligible to receive zakah. You could have a job and still be eligible and deserving to receive zakah. Okay? So how do we identify if someone is poor? According to the United Nations, they when they were doing the survey and statistics on what is regarded as a poor person, they saw that it was fluctuating every year. It basically changes. But they started off with, if you earn $1 a day, right? And the reason I'm using the United Nations as a standard because this is an international average amount that we can use globally, right? So they're saying if you're earning $1 per day, then it means you're poor. And in some areas, this would differ. If you're earning $1.50, you would also be considered as poor. So in a year, that would be, let's say, $700. They would regard this person as a poor person. But that can differ from a region to another region. So for example, if you live in a certain area in South Africa and you're earning 60,000 Rand, you can still be regarded as a poor person. Because in that area, right, in order to live and in order to survive, the standard of living is much higher compared to maybe living in Cape Town and living, for example, in Berkeley in the United States. I mean, to pay rent, it's half your salary, right? Or maybe your entire salary. And in our cases, maybe our salaries wouldn't suffice paying the rent. So we would be regarded as a poor person in that particular society. So we will discuss that in more depth as we go through. But the point that I want to hit home is that zakat is not only payable to poor persons and needy persons, but we need to identify the other categories, meaning these are only two persons that are deserving recipients that were mentioned in the Quran. But we also need to take into consideration the other recipients. Okay. So let us go on to speak about the two types of zakah. So the first type of zakah we have, the ulama or the jurists refer to it as zakatul badan. The second type of zakah they refer to as zakatul mal. So we have zakat of the body, and this we call zakatul fitr. Zakatul fitr, which is the zakat of the body. So this is the first type of zakah. The second type of zakah, zakatul mal, the zakat of wealth. Okay? So zakatul fitr, if we have time, if we have enough time in the seminar, inshallah, later on we will speak about zakatul fitr. Zakatul fitr is the zakat, we call it, listen to the term the jurists are saying, it's the zakat of the body. So this zakah we pay at the end of the month of Ramadan. Okay? You pay at the end of the month of Ramadan. So usually it is recommended for you to pay this zakah before the imam gets onto the pulpit on the day of Eidul Fitr, right? Which is the first Eid. In Cape Town they say the first Labarang, right? The first Labarang. So before the imam gets onto the pulpit on the first Labarang, it is recommended to give your zakat. And usually the time starts after Maghrib in the Shafi'i madhab. And please keep in mind that the rulings that we are sharing is in conformity and accordance to the Shafi school of law. So it is recommended for the person to pay the zakah after Maghrib. And therefore they say the common example that the zakat is obligatory on every person. So if you have independence, like you have children, you need to pay the zakat for them as well, right? So even if, let's say my wife gives birth 1 minute before Maghrib, and the infant was alive 1 minute before Maghrib, before the day of Eid, then I have to pay zakat on that infant because he was alive in the month of Ramadan, right? And he was alive in the on Eid al-Fitr. So the requisite is that he should be alive in the month of Ramadan and he should be alive on the day of Eid al-Fitr. So even if the baby is alive for 30 seconds after Maghrib, zakat becomes payable on that infant. So that is the first type of zakat. The second type of zakat is zakatul mal. And there are a number of subcategories that falls under the zakat of wealth. The first of them will be voluntarily charity. They call the sadaqatul tatawwu'. So you will find that the fuqaha discuss sadaqatul tatawwu', which is voluntarily charity, in the chapter of zakah. The zakat of property. The zakat of property. We also have the zakat of gold and silver, which is the primary threshold that we try to identify the minimum amount when zakat becomes payable upon Muslims. Okay, and the zakat of property. We also have zakat of crops. So, zakat of property, do we pay zakat on our property? We have to look, are we using it as a living abode, or are we using it as a means of income? And this is where the idea changes. So if we're using it for a living abode, we wouldn't pay zakat on an asset that we are using or that we are benefiting from. And the idea, meaning the intention of me buying this property, was not for commercial purposes. This is very important to identify the difference between the zakat al-mal. Because zakat al-mal, it means that we have different types of wealth. So for example, are you a businessman if you inherit from your father his business? Your father dies, you're a scholar, and you in the education sphere, but he passes away and he leaves behind a big warehouse and a big business, and you inherit this. Do you become a businessman? No, you don't become a businessman. When do you become a businessman? The moment you make intention to continue that business, now you become liable for zakat, right? But we have different types of wealth as well. And this we need to make a point of the different types of ownership, because in zakah, a very important concept is ownership. So you need to own something in order for you to be able to be liable for that particular thing, and in order for you to pay zakat. So there are 10 different ways that you can own something in the Sharia. One of them is through zakah. And this is why I think the system of zakah is so beautiful that we are not using it effectively as Muslims. Unfortunately, we are not using the system of zakah effectively. Because remember, if there are 10 different ways that you can own and make money, right? And zakat is one of them. What are the other ways? So I can give you a gift. That's also a way that you can own something. Another way you can own something is through what? We just mentioned it now. Inheritance. Right? You inherit something. And obviously, all of those 10 ways would be buying and selling. That's also how you own a particular thing. So let me give you a scenario. Let us paint a scenario out. And this is to discuss, because we said the first segment we will try to discuss the meaning of zakah, the wisdom and the benefit behind zakah, the causes, conditions, and the impediments of zakah, And we will try to give examples of these scenarios and then discuss the 8 categories. So this is what I'm trying to achieve in the first part of the seminar. So let me give you an example. Let's say, hypothetically, there are 1.7 billion Muslims, correct? Approximately, plus minus 1.7 billion. Let's say, they say it's 1.5. Okay, fine. Of the 1.7 billion Muslims, 20% will be donors of Zakat, right? And the 80% will fall into the category that they will be deserving recipients of Zakat, okay? Of the 20%, let's say, we can use of the even the 80% that can pay Zakat now. 20% of them are able to pay Zakat of at least 500 rand, depending on the income, the wealth, properties that they owned. Okay? Let's say they pay $500. And then we say, of that 20%, we have at least 5% that will be paying, we have 5% that are paying $1,000, right? Now I say, if, let's say hypothetically, of the 1.7 billion Muslims, 1 million of them, let's take 1 million out of the 1.7, right? And we're going to use them as a case study. Of the 1 million, we are saying that 20% can at least pay $1,000 Zakat. First category. Second category, we have people that can play, and this would be, let's say, 2% or paying 2.5% or paying $10,000 Zakat. And then you have wealthy people that are paying at least $200,000 as Zakat. And then you have extremely wealthy, right? And this would be 0.1%. It's paying like $250 million. And it can even go more, right? It's not far-fetched. But if you were saying that a million Muslims are paying $1,000 Zakat, in total that should be how much? If we say every year a million Muslims are paying $1,000 Zakat, how much should that be? Approximately. Now? 2 million. 1 billion. And if we're saying, so that's $1 billion, right? So think of it as, if everyone is paying Zakat out of the lot that we've mentioned, then Muslims should make plus minus 200 billion. Plus minus. What can we do with 200 billion? How many problems can we solve? How many problems can we solve? And I think if the Muslim community becomes more mature, and our leaders, our scholars, and the people that are in charge of the bigger organizations are able to facilitate and make our community conscious of the importance of the system of Zakat. Because I think that also the way we're giving Zakat, the perception behind it, it's like, okay, food parcels. But are we fulfilling the intent and the wisdom of the zakah? We're saying the intent and the wisdom behind zakah is to alleviate poverty. So why do I want to dictate as to how that person that is deserving of the zakah should receive the zakah? So I say, no, I'm not going to give him the money because maybe he's not going to use it right. So, I mean, if you, because remember, the 2.5% of your wealth that becomes zakatable or that becomes payable as a means of zakah is not your wealth anymore. And this is the wrong perception that we have about the zakah. The 2.5%, when the lunar year completes, becomes the ownership of the 8 recipients that are deserving of the zakah. So even though in your bank account that 2.5% is there, it's not your wealth anymore. You don't own it anymore. And we need, and this is why we say that one of the conditions of zakat is that there should be ownership. Right? I think we're going to take a break here, and then when we come back, we can discuss the prerequisites, causes, and cornerstones of zakah. I will allow for maybe 2 minutes questions. Abdullah, I see you had your hand up. You had a question? No question. No questions? No questions. Hold on. Yeah. Generally, we would say the value of we identify it when it comes to money. But this can differ when you're using crops. So we can say, yes, it's 2.5% of your wealth, but when it comes to crops, then it's like 20%. And when it comes to crops that are being irrigated by the heavens, or you irrigating the crops, then it differs. So the Prophet ﷺ says, فِيمَا سُقِيَتِ السَّمَاءُ الْعُشْرِ. Then that's a tenth. Okay, but we will discuss that later in the third session. And I think we will benefit more if we have questions like this and we are able to lay it out, because it will be impossible for us to cover all the factors of zakah. But I want you guys to think of good questions, whether it be about property, real estate, ownership of, let's say, commercial goods. Someone owns a warehouse. How do they calculate the zakat? Stuff like this, right? Then we will benefit more from the session, inshallah. وأكتفي بهذا القدر والحمد لله رب العالمين. We will resume in 10 minutes, inshallah. No, it's fine. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wa bihi nasta'in. We will continue. So, in the first session, we started off with the definition, the 5 linguistic meanings for zakah. The second important definition for the word zakah would be the juristic definition. Okay, the juristic definition, meaning what is the fiqhi legal meaning of zakah? When the fuqaha speak about zakah, what are they referring to? So the common definition we have is that the word zakah is referring to a noun, ismun liqadrin min al-mal. It's a noun referring to a proportion of wealth, a specific proportion of wealth, يصرف لأصناف مخصوصة بشرائط, that are distributed to particular or those who are deserving recipients of zakah with conditions. So I'll repeat that definition. The legal meaning of zakah. What is the legal meaning of zakah? We're saying that it is a noun referring to a proportion of a specific amount of wealth which is distributed to particular or specific recipients with conditions. And we will discuss those conditions. So, before we discuss the different types of zakah, we are now going to mention how zakah became obligatory, or we can prove the obligation of zakah in the Quran, the Sunnah, Ijma' and Qiyas. So the first from the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةِ. This is a general instruction and command. Surah Baqarah, which is chapter number 2, verse 43. Also from the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, Bunya al-Islam ala khams, the famous hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar, right? And of the 5 pillars that he mentioned, zakat is one of the pillars of Islam. So you think that zakat is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, then it must be very important, right? And it's not just any pillar, it is the second pillar of Islam. Wa iqamis salat wa ita'iz zakat. So it shows that when this thing stands, khalas, then you will have a stable community. Like we said, if 1,000 people, right? No, we mentioned 1 million people, right? Is paying $1,000. We're making how much? We're making $1 billion, right? And if 200 million people are paying zakat, then how much are we making? 200 billion. 200 billion. Just imagine 200 billion with that amount of wealth, the problems that we will be able to solve. So the third thing would be that there is consensus amongst the ulama that zakat is obligatory upon every Muslim that is free and that meets the necessary requirements and conditions. We then classified zakat into 2 types. So we said zakat can be zakatul mal and zakatul badan. So on this side, we have zakatul badan, which is the zakat of the body. And then we have on this side, zakatul mal, which is zakat of wealth. And we said zakatul badan is what? According to the juristic terminology, we refer to it as zakatul fitr, right? You will always hear Muslims speak about, did you pay zakatul fitr? This zakatul fitr is paid at the end of the month of Ramadan, okay? And we will speak about that type of zakat a bit later. The second type, which is zakatul mal, right? The zakat of wealth. there are a number of aspects that are relating to the concept of Zakatul Mal. So the first aspect that we will speak about relating to Zakatul Mal is the different types of zakat that zakat becomes obligatory to. So Zakatul Mal, if we can break it down, we will say Zakatul Mal, Al-Mawashi. Al-Mawashi means livestock. So that's the first type. Livestock. Right? The second type is money. Al-Athman. We call it Al-Athman, money. The third type will be what? Az-Zuru'. Az-Zuru'. What is Zuru'? Crops. Crops. And the last and final type of Zakatul Mal that we will discuss today is Urud at-Tijara. Urud at-Tijara. What is Urud at-Tijara? Commercial goods. What's Urud at-Tijara? Commercial goods. So try to be, I know it might be intimidating for those who are not learning Arabic. Just bear with me. If you don't understand the terminology, say, can you repeat the English term, right? Because many of our students are learning the Arabic, so we want to expose them to the Arabic as well. Okay, so I repeat the four types of the zakat of wealth. The first, al-mawashi, livestock. And we're going to identify, do you pay zakat on all livestock? So if I own 10 dogs, do I pay zakat on the ownership of 10 dogs? Athman. Athman means thaman, which means a price, a compensation. But we translate it today as money. But Athman in the Arab language, they're usually referring to gold and silver, because that was generally the mode of currency. So we will delve into this. But for now, when we think of the two types of zakah, right, I want you to have a bird's eye view and paradigm of the way we classify or how jurists are thinking, right, about the classification of zakah. So we have money, so we have zakat that are connected to the wealth that we possess. That's the first type. And that wealth, we broke that down into 4 categories, right? It consists of livestock that we own. It consists of the money that we own. It consists of commercial goods that are in our shops. So if I have a tuck shop, do I need to pay zakat on the stock that is in the tuck shop? And when do I need to pay zakat on that stock in the tuck shop? What, like he was asking, how do we calculate the zakah? Right? So the calculation will differ in these 4 things. Right? In Urud al-Tijara, which is our commercial goods, here we're speaking about crops. The calculation in crops will differ. How do we calculate when we have to pay zakat if I have a garden, let's say for example, and the garden produces a certain amount of dates or a certain amount of wheat, barley, and in other madhab like the Malikiya, we're speaking about even parsley, rice. The Spanish, they speak about corn being staples. So what is regarded as a staple? Can we classify all staples under crops? Or is it only staples that can be stored that we will pay zakat on, right? So we will identify in the Shafi'i madhab what are the crops that are zakatable assets. So this is why this classification is very important to have a bird's eye view. So you know, okay, there are zakat that is related to my body, and this is what we mean when we say the dalil from the Quran that was addressing the Prophet ﷺ, right, in Surah Tawbah, verse 103, chapter 9, Surah Tawbah, chapter 9, خُذْ min amwalihim. Take from their wealth, an instruction to the Prophet ﷺ. Sadaqah. Here we see again. I said that the word zakah is used interchangeably with the word sadaqah. And I said it's very difficult to translate the word zakah and sadaqah, right? But now I'm using the word sadaqah, but I'm saying here the word sadaqah in the verse means zakah. Take from their wealth sadaqah. Why should he take from their wealth sadaqah? The Quran says, tutahhirum, as it will purify the wealth. Tutahhirum. Tutahhiruhum, purify them. Wa tuzakkihim. Right? So it serves as a purification and it serves as a tazkiyah for them. It's a purification for the wealth and it's a purification for the souls. Wasalli alayhim, and pray for them. Inna salawatika wa inna salataka sakanun lahum. Your prayer is a tranquility for them. Verily, God is all hearing, all knowing. This is the primary verse to indicate the obligation of zakah. Okay? Chapter 9, Surah Tawbah, verse 103. And we said the second verse, chapter number 2, verse 43, wa'atu zakah, instruction, give zakah. Okay. So I'm going to erase this side, zakatul fitr. We're not going to discuss zakatul fitr now. Maybe later on, if we have time, we'll discuss zakatul fitr. Because remember, if you look at the verse, it's saying that he should take zakat from their wealth. So now the fuqaha identifies, okay, the wealth and valuables that you have in your possession is one of the four that you find on the board. Livestock, money, crops, commercial goods, traded goods, right? In order for you to pay zakat on any one of the four categories, there are prerequisites. Now we're speaking about the conditions that I spoke about, right? So what are the conditions in order for me to pay zakat on livestock? Before we go into the conditions, we need to identify what are the zakatable livestock assets. So the first of, when we speak about livestock in the Shafi'i madhab, we are referring to cows. What's cow in Arabic? Al-Baqar, right? Camels. What's camels in Arabic? Ibil. And what else? Ghanam. What is ghanam? Cattle. What is cattle? Sheep. And what? Goat. Tamam. ماشي الحال. Those are the zakatable. There's a possibility that I have to pay zakah. Okay? That's with regards to mawashi. Now we speak about al-athman. When you speak about money or athman, what do you mean? The fuqaha are referring to a very specific type of money. And that is dhahab. What is dhahab? Gold. Wal fidda. What is fidda? Silver. They always use gold and silver. Why? Because gold was always more valuable than silver. Until the 15th and 16th century, then silver became more valuable than gold. Even today, silver is much more valuable than gold. And they're speaking about pure gold, right? So he says, وَأَمَّا الْأَثْمَانِ فَقِسْمَانِ الذَّهَبْ وَالْفِضَّةِ. When we speak about money, then it is of two types. The first, الذهب, which is gold, والفضة, and silver. And we will speak about its conditions a bit later on. We go on to zuru', crops. So there are ulama that add to crops والثمار. والثمار. What is thimar? Fruit. Right? So crops and fruits. Do you pay zakat on all fruit and crops? No. Certain fruit and certain crops. Correct? Certain food and certain crops. So زكاة الزروع والثمار تجب الزكاة في الحبوب بشرط أن تكون مما يقتات في حال الاختيار. He speaks about the zakat of zuru' and thimar. So in the Shafi'i madhab, when it comes to the zuru', we only have one or three conditions when it comes to crops. It should be, number one, the crop should be things that are cultivated. Number one, it should be crops that are cultivated by humans. Number two, it should be staple food that you are able to store. And number three, of paying zakat on crops. So he's not giving us a clear-cut answer for crops. Because some of them add, for example, if you're going to speak about wheat, barley, do you consider that as a staple? In certain societies, wheat and barley is not a staple. But in other societies, rice is maybe a staple, right? And like we said, the Spanish, for them, corn is a staple. Tutela goes with everything, right? So the conditions that they provide in order to identify a crop, it must be, number one, what? It must be مما يزرعه الآدميون. It must be something that is cultivated by humans, meaning it's something that is planted in order to eat. Number two, it should be what? It should be qutan muddakharan. It should be a staple food that you are able to store. And number three, it should be what? It should reach the threshold, the nisab. Good. عروض التجارة. Okay, before we go to عروض التجارة, remember we have thimar. والثمار. What is thimar? Fruit. What is the fruit that we pay zakah on? ثمر النخل and ثمر الكرم. So we have two types. The first is nakhl and the second is karam. So he says, وَأَمَّا الثِّمَارُ فَتَجِبُ فِي شَيْئَيْنِ مِنْهَا ثَمَرُ النَّخْلِ وَثَمَرُ الْكَرْمِ. And here he says, ممن ملك من ثمر النخل والكرم ما تجب فيه الزكاة وهو متصف بهذه الشروط وجبت الزكاة عليه بالإجماع. قاله بعض الشراح وفي الحديث أمر رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أن يخرص العنب كما يخرص النخل وتؤخذ زكاته زبيبا كما تؤخذ صدقة النخل تمرا. So nakhl is dates, right? So our fruits will only be in the fruits of nakhl and the fruits of karam, grapes. So he says there's certain reasons that he had mentioned why they only specified dates and raisins. And the reason for that is that he says it's very similar to what we call seeds that is planted. Okay, but I'm not going to spend much time on that. Again, most of the cattle, camels, cows, right, and even the sheep, as well as the dates, and we have grapes. These things are speaking about failure in agrarian society. But what would be very valuable to us is athman and urud tijara, commercial goods and money. So we will focus on that too, right? As for عروض التجارة فتجب الزكاة فيها بالشرائط المذكورة في الأثمان. And when we speak about commercial goods, we are speaking about anything besides the gold and silver, and that it's possible for you to trade with it. So let us start with what are the conditions in order for zakat to be payable on mawashi, right, on livestock. So I'll just mention the conditions very quickly. You can make a note of it, and then I'll give you the formula of how you calculate it, because it's not rocket science, right? It's very easy. So in order for you to be liable to pay zakah on livestock, the following prerequisites has to be in place. Meaning, in order for zakat to be obligatory upon you, if you own the following livestock, which are cows, camels, cattle, sheep, goats. So if I own horses, do I pay zakat? Nah. Why? It's not one of my mentioned zakatable asset. So when we speak about a zakatable asset in livestock, then you know, okay, sheep is a zakatable asset. Cows is a zakatable asset. Camels is a zakatable asset. Okay, goat is a zakatable asset. When we speak about, for example, crops, zakatable assets will be any staple food that you are able to store. Becomes a zakatable asset. When it comes to fruit, dates, grapes, urudu tijara, commercial goods. So anything that you're going to sell, anything that you buy with the intention of selling becomes a zakatable asset. Do you see how it changes? So if I buy a house, but my intention is not to trade with it, is it a zakatable asset? No. But I buy the house with the intention of making money of the house. Khalas. It becomes what? It becomes a zakatable asset. But when we say it becomes a zakatable asset, then there are certain prerequisites for you actually to pay zakah. If those prerequisites are absent, then even though it is a zakatable asset, you cannot pay zakah. What do I mean? I buy a house. The house is worth 1.5 million, right? The value of 1.5 million, does it reach the threshold for the minimum amount of payable zakat? Yes. The question is, if you say that the property that you bought is worth 1.5 million, now you need to look at, if you say haul is a condition, haul, what is haul? One complete lunar year, right, has elapsed. So 354 days plus 8 hours elapsed. Meaning from the beginning of the year, of the lunar year. When is the beginning of the lunar year? When your value of your property reaches the nisab, the threshold. So if the value of the property reaches the threshold, that's when we start calculating the beginning of the lunar year. Do you understand? When do we start calculating the beginning of the lunar year? When the value of the property reaches the threshold, that the minimum amount for zakat to be payable starts when the value of the property reaches that amount. The condition in order for you to pay zakat on that property is that the value has to be consistent throughout the year. So if the value of the property dropped in month 3, then your year starts over. Shabab, you guys understand? This is very important. People make big mistakes like this, and they are something they're not wasting money, but it's erroneous mistakes. They can save a lot of money, or they either not paying or what, right? So we have to understand the idea of hawl. Very important. When does the lunar year start? When my commercial good or the asset that I have reaches the threshold that zakat becomes payable. That value has to continue for a year. When there's an inconsistency in the year, khalas, my value or my year restarts. So when it declines, the property declines, right? It was 1.5 million, it declined because of COVID-19. Now it's worth 100,000. Hypothetically, right? Then it skyrockets. 2 weeks later, it goes back to 1.5 million, and then it goes to 1.7 million, then it goes to 2 million. So you need to look at the date. When did it drop, right? In order for you to identify, okay, was there an inconsistency in the 354 days, right? Now you will be able to identify when to restart the recount of the 354 days. Make sense? So, right. So the first condition that we mentioned for zakat to be obligatory when it comes to cows, camels, and cattle. And when we speak about cattle, we are referring to what? To goats, and we are referring to sheep as well. So for all of them, there are 5 standard conditions. The first one is that you must be Muslim. So when does zakat become obligatory upon you? Number 1, when you become Muslim, right? Now you are liable to pay zakat. The second condition is that you are free. You're not a slave, okay? That's not really, well, it can be applicable to our day and age with the child trafficking and the trafficking that is going on. In fact, we should use zakat, the system of zakat, to alleviate an issue such as child trafficking. Because we will see that one of the deserving recipients of zakat are those people that are in debt, and those people that are in debt can be of 2 types, right? The person that took out a loan to solve a trouble of someone. Let's say you're in the road and 2 people are going to fight, right? They're going to go at it, and you know this will end up into death. And you say, hold on, what's happening? You said, no, this guy, he owes me 100 million and he doesn't want to pay it. So the rich guy, he's breaking the fight and he's saying, okay, it's on me, I'll sort it out. And he says, khalas. And he walks away from the fight. But he was going to kill this guy now, right? So this rich guy, he takes out 100 million loan and he pays off the debt of this Muslim guy that owned the person 100 million. That debt that he took out, he's a rich, wealthy man, right? But why did he take it out? Now he's indebted 100 million, right? The system of zakat is to pay it back to him. Because that's one of the recipients of zakat. Wal-gharimin, those who are in debt or deserving recipients. Likewise, if you have a situation of child trafficking, they're always looking for big amounts of money, right? So if we had $200 billion, it would be easy for us to negotiate with the hijackers and with the people that are stealing our children, and we are alleviating. We're getting rid of an evil in the society, a big evil, by using the system of zakat. So, and this is why zakat is the second pillar of Islam. It's an important system, but we need to know how to use it. Right? So, the 6 or the 8 recipients, just write it down so that you have a picture picture of it. Surah Tawbah, Allah says, Innama sadaqat, zakat, sadaqah, here refers to zakah. Sadaqah or zakat is only for, number one, fuqara. How do we translate fuqara? Poor persons, right? Poor persons, fuqara. Wal masakin, fuqara wal masakin. Wal masakin, how do we translate masakin? Needy, needy persons. Okay, and then how do we translate? Wal masakin, wabani sabil, the traveler, right? إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين, right? Now, after masakin is amilin, not the traveler side. So it is the fuqara, the poor persons, the needy, the amilin, the zakat employees, the people that work for zakat foundations. Right? They are the experts. They know the need of the people. They know how people are paying out the zakat. They know where to pay it. They know who to look for. They know who are eligible recipients, etc. These are amilin, those people that work, the employees, the administration of zakat organizations, right? Big zakat organizations like Sanzaf. You have many organizations that are doing great work in the community. The people that are working at these organizations are called al-amilin. They're getting salaries, but they say, how can you give them a salary of the zakat that we are paying? Yeah, the Quran is saying, wal-amilin alayha, and the employees, wal-mu'allafati qulubuhum. This is very important. Those whose hearts are required to be reconciled in Islam. Like Sayyidina Abu Bakr was saying, the people that were new to Islam, give them zakah, so that they can start to love the system of Islam. So now when they love the system of Islam, Abu Bakr said, stop, khalas. Your iman is strong now. I don't need to give you money in order for you to believe anymore. So this is wal mu'allafati qulub, also deserving respect. وفي الرقاب والغارمين. وفي الرقاب, this is also referring to the raqab is like the slaves. والغارمين, and those indebted. And those people that are in debt. So if you're in debt, you can be wealthy, you can be poor. Goes both ways, but you can be eligible for zakah. So I'm working, but I'm in debt. Can I receive zakah? Yes. Because I'm in debt. If I owe the bank money, then can I receive zakah? Someone say, but it's riba, Sheikh. No, you can receive zakah. وَالْغَارِمِينَ وَفِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, those that fight in the path of Allah. وَفِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. But this وَفِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, these different interpretations. So I'm not going to get into the interpretation. Just the one who is in the path of Allah. They say this is like the student of knowledge and the person that fights in jihad. Or like, no, the very famous example for the person that is in the path of Allah is the soldier that comes home that didn't receive a salary from the state. Now he comes home, he doesn't have a job. Where must he earn money? He has a family to look after, but he's not getting it. So, wafi sabilillah, that soldier we will look after. He gave his life for Islam. He gave his life to defend our country. It's only right that we defend him. And many times these people need psychology, they need mental support, all of these structures. And if we don't give those structures, then they deteriorate in society, they go on to drugs, they become rebels, because they don't know how to live in a normal industrial society that is functioning, right? So how to communicate with people, how to not feel that you're in a war territory, right? And that no one around here is looking to kill you, guy, right? وفي سبيل الله وبني سبيل. And the son of the road, the son of the road, وبني سبيل. فريضة من الله. This is an obligation from Allah. So those are the 8 recipients. I'm going to stop there. I see people are just maybe getting heated. So I like to take breaks at 40 minutes because I feel that the concentration span is not so long. And if we go too long, and then it becomes monotonous. So let us take a break and then we come back. So we will take a 15-minute break this time, right? I see the brother is coming read.
السلام عليكم يا شيخنا. Yes, alhamdulillah. Going well, alhamdulillah. Online. Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Yes, yes, yeah, alhamdulillah. have classes like Zakat with my sheikh. So I have like a background knowledge. But the part that I'm interested in mostly is the part on contemporary stuff. You know? The question that I have for Sheikh is whether stocks are zakatable assets. Yeah, stocks. Yeah. Yeah, because like let's say take someone like Elon Musk. He has most of his wealth, or most of these billionaires in the world, their wealth is in stocks, not in like liquid money, liquid assets. It's in stocks. So would they pay zakat for those stocks that they own? Because in terms of taxes, I don't think they pay taxes on the stocks. I'm not sure about that, but I've seen something like that. Like in America, it's a controversial thing, and that's why you find people like Mark Zuckerberg. He doesn't take a salary, but he does something else because just tax avoidance. And the other question that I have is, people might have something like the cat avoidance tactics. And I don't know what they are specifically, but some people might have these tactics where they make sure they don't reach the exam or things like that. It doesn't stay for a year. So I'd like to ask the Sheikh about this kind of tactics, if they're permissible. Yes. Yeah. I think it's all of that. But if you go to Matna Bishujar, you'll find them there. Yeah. Yeah, inshallah. In fact, even as the Sheikh is speaking, I have my favorite book open up on my phone. Push after him, yes, sir. I'm just going through the Sheikh is explaining some of the stuff there. Economic conditions and all of that. I think inshallah. Wa alaikum salam.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So the last section we stopped on was the verse that is speaking about the zakat expenditures and saying who are the deserving recipients of zakat. And we mentioned that there are 8 recipients, and we have a misconception in our communities that the only 2 people that are deserving recipients is the poor person and the needy person, right? And the verse explicitly says that إنما الصدقات, that zakat expenditures should be paid للفقراء, for the people that are فقراء, poor, والمساكين, the needy, والعاملين, those who are employees or those who collect zakah. In those days, in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, he would send the persons to collect the zakah, so they would get a stipend from Rasulullah ﷺ. وَالْمُؤَلَّفَةِ قُلُوبُهُمْ, and those people that we would like to connect their hearts to Islam, those people that we would love them to embrace Islam or to come closer to Islam. وَالْمُؤَلَّفَةِ قُلُوبُهُمْ وَفِي الرِّقَابِ. وَفِي الرِّقَابِ here is referring to slaves, but it's in our context we use the example of the crisis of child trafficking. So, وَفِي الرِّقَابِ means this recipient is also eligible to receive zakat on the basis that we are able to release captives. Because at the time, if they had slaves, in order to release the slave or release him from slavery, like the Prophet ﷺ did with Salman al-Farisi, al-Mukataba, he bought himself out of slavery, right? We could use zakat funds as well. And we know that the Prophet ﷺ supported him in this endeavor, so that comes from the Baytul Mal. But to make it relevant to our contemporary context, we're saying hostages. We have a hostage of war. Can we use the zakat of Baytul Mal in order to release the hostage? Yes. وفي الرقاب. So that would be الفقراء مساكين عاملين والمؤلفة قلوبهم وفي الرقاب. The 5th recipient is في الرقاب. The releasing, we can say the releasing of, you will see the verse translates, if you look it up, as slaves. So we can say the releasing of captives, right? Or we can make a disclaimer there, or a footnote. Child trafficking or trafficking, human trafficking, not just child trafficking, human trafficking. So we're saying releasing these people from the perpetrators. Can we pay and use the zakat in order to have them released? Right? So the Bayt al-Mal can actually assist in this. وَفِي الرِّقَابِ وَالْغَارِمِينَ, and those in debt. وَالْغَارِمِينَ وَفِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, and the one who's in the path of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, وَابْنِ السَّبِيلِ, and the wayfarer. So those are the 8 recipients. We also said that we're going to mention we call this conditions, right? So there are only 5. شروط وجوب الزكاة, the prerequisites obligating zakah. So there are 5 prerequisites obligating zakat on cows, camels, cattle, sheep, and goats, meaning on livestock. When we speak about livestock, so on livestock, we have 5 shurut, which we call shurut wujubi zakah, which is what? The prerequisites obligating zakat. There are 5. We said the first of them is to be Muslim. You have to be Muslim in order to pay zakat. Number 2, shouldn't be a slave, so a free person. Number 2, a free person. Number 3, ownership. But they say, the fuqaha speak about complete ownership. What do they mean, complete ownership? Is there a possibility that you have partial ownership? Yes, this is possible. Like in properties, you have people that own 60-40. So he owns 60% and your partner owns 40%. Also in businesses, 60-40, right? Or 50-50, right? The musharaka, we have this transaction that is known amongst the Muslims, musharaka, which is partnership, right? So in partnerships, how do we pay the zakat? If it is 60-40, meaning one participant or one partner, he owns 60%, and another partner owns 40% of the company. How do they pay the zakat? Do they both need to pay zakat? Or does the partner that owns 60% pay 60% of the zakat and the partner that owns 40% pay 40% of zakat? Right? The second, the latter, right? So, shurut wujub zakah, the third element or instrument there is that there needs to be complete ownership. Complete ownership. And this is also very relevant in terms of people that own farms. So, for example, if my father leaves behind a farm and on the farm there's cattle and he says, this is for your siblings. And so we now don't know, what did he mean? I have two brothers and I have one sister. And he says, the farm is for you guys. So how do we distribute that? So we call this Zakatul Khilta, where the zakat is mixed, and Zakatul Wuju, right? Or they call it Sharikatul Wuju and Sharikatul Khilta, which means we have a mixed pool of funds and we have a partnership pool of funds. The partnership pool of funds, we are able to identify exactly. This partner owns 20% of the company. This partner owns 30% of the farm. And this partner owns 50% of the farm. Right? That's in a sharikatil, in a zakatil wujub. But in the zakatil khilta, we don't know how much each partner owns exactly. And that's where it becomes a bit of a gray area. This fourth prerequisite, nisab. Nisab. So remember when we started off, we said nisab only applies to certain zakatable assets, not all zakatable assets. So the nisab applies to livestock, which means the livestock must reach the necessary threshold in order for me to pay zakat on the livestock. If the livestock had not reached the necessary threshold of zakat, then zakat is not payable. So if I have 2 camels, is zakat payable? No. If I have 4 camels, is zakat payable? No. If I have 30 sheep, is zakat payable? No. I have 40 sheep, is zakat payable? Here we have to look, what does the fuqaha say? The same with the cows, the same with the goat, etc. Right? The last one, or the second last one, al-hawl. Al-hawl. What is al-hawl? It means the livestock that I own, 1 lunar hijri year has to elapse in order for me to be eligible to pay zakah. What did we say? This has to be consistent. So I have to own the livestock for the entire lunar year in order for me to be eligible to pay in order for me to pay zakah. So let's say on 5 camels, right? Or 25 camels, I pay 1 camel. 25 camels, I pay 1 camel. But during the year, one of the camels dies. One of the camels die. They pass on. And then somehow, one of the camels give birth to 5 other camels during the year. We need to restart the count of the lunar year. the day, what? The birth of that camel has now completed the threshold of the minimum amount that zakat becomes payable. Does this make sense? The final one is a sawm with a scene. Sawm, grazing. They have to be grazing. A ra'i. He also refers to it as a ra'i. A sawm. Obviously, they use the book of Abu Bakr. He said, في صدقة الغنم في سائمتها إذا كانت 40 إلى 20 و100 شاة. When the total number of sheep reaches 40, then I pay one sheep of the 40 as zakah. Meaning, if I have 40 sheep, the zakat payable amount is what? One sheep. Okay? 220. He says you follow the same linear pattern of paying one sheep for each 40 that you own. Okay? And then that calculation will change as it goes up. But we will speak about that a bit later on. Okay. Recap. What are the 6 prerequisites obligating zakat on livestock? 6 prerequisites obligating. This is very important. The terminology we're using. شروط وجوب الزكاة في المواشي. Right? The prerequisites obligating, making it wajib, right, for you to pay zakah when owning livestock. The first one is that I need to be Muslim, right? So if I'm Muslim, if I'm not Muslim, I'm kafir, well, yeah, Allah protect us, then can I pay zakah? No. Number 2, I cannot be a slave, right? Zakat is not obligatory upon me in this instance. Number 3, milk tam, complete ownership. So, for example, I have livestock. When will it not be complete ownership? Maybe I loan some of my livestock out, or I hire some of them out. So now I'm making money with it, right? When I'm loaning it, I don't have complete usage. I don't have the free disposal of using all the livestock that I'm supposed to have disposal of, right? So I have cows, but I loaned 5 of the cows for the year to my sister. I said, you guys can use it, the milk and everything. But now, because they have taken the 5 cows for the year, do I still need to pay the zakat? So there's a discrepancy. They say there's no complete ownership there. So it lacks one of the prerequisites of obligation, right? Because he doesn't have free disposal throughout the time. And they say this is very similar to our current banking systems. So we will speak about that when we come to money, inshallah. The 4th one we mentioned is al-hawl, isn't it? Al-hawl, or an-nisab, sorry. An-nisab. And the 5th one was al-hawl. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, لا زكاة حتى يحول عليه الحول. You cannot pay zakah until the entire full lunar year, full Hijri lunar year elapses. حتى يحول عليه الحول. This is applicable to livestock. And then al-ra'i, which means they have to be grazing animals. So those are the conditions of wujub We go on to the next condition. The condition of paying zakat on money. So for livestock, we have six conditions, right? For money, we have 5. The same 5 that were mentioned in livestock will be applicable to money, except what one? The last one, grazing. You don't graze money. So? Yes, some say, no, you have to look after it, you wash it and clean it, put atur on. Okay. The question that I would expect you to ask now is, what is the threshold for money? What is the nisab for money? What is the nisab for gold? And what is the nisab for silver? Isn't it? And then I would have expected you to ask me, what is the threshold for cows, camels, sheep, and goats? Because you say there's a threshold. So what is the threshold? Right? So let's speak about that threshold. So the threshold for money, the first type of money we're going to speak about is silver. We usually mention that it is 200 dirhams. Nisabul fiddati mi'ata dirham. Okay, mi'ata dirham. So that is the nisab of silver. And Ibn al-Mundhir, he mentions that there's consensus upon this. And also in Sahih Bukhari and Muslim, the Prophet ﷺ says, لَيْسَ فِي مَا دُونَ خَمْسِ أَوَاقٍ صَدَقَةٍ, meaning not in less than 5 awaq, right? And the awqiyah, the waq in the time of the Prophet ﷺ was approximately 40. And this also occurs explicitly in the hadith, that there is no difference. وَلَا فَرْقَ فِي الْفِضَّةِ بَيْنَ الْمَضْرُوبَةِ وَغَيْرِهَا. So there is no difference between pure silver and silver that has been mixed with other types of metal, like in jewelry. As for the threshold for gold, we usually say that it is 20 mithqal. 20 mithqal. And these are all old terminologies that was referred to traditionally. Okay. So we'll come back to the nisab of gold and silver, and we will go now to the nisab of camels, the nisab of cows, and the nisab of cattle. So Abu Suja, he says, وَأَوَّلُ نِصَابِ الْإِبَلِ خَمْسٌ. Right? The first threshold for camels are 5. So if I own 5 camels, how many do I pay? 1. My 1 is the zakah. So if I own 5 camels, I pay 1. And he says, وَفِي عَشْرٍ شَاتًا. And in 10, we pay 2 camels. وَفِي خَمْسَةَ عَشْرٍ ثَلَاثُ شِيَا. And in 15, we pay 3 camels. وَفِي 20 أَرْبَعُ شِيَا. So in every 5, you notice, it goes continuously 1 camel. وفي 25 بنت مخاض من الإبل. And then he mentions that once you reach 25, meaning I have the position of 25 camels, then I have to pay a certain type of camel. So there are very strange names that they are giving to the types of camel, but what is important to note here is the ages of the camels, right? So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I'm going to give you the rule. So when it comes to camels, we start from 5, okay? And the zakat of owning 5 camels is 1, is the amount of 1 camel. If I own 10, I pay 2. If I own 15, I pay 3. If I own 20, I pay 4. And when I own 25, this is where it goes into a linear mode. So each 25, it will be bint makhal. That's a type of camel that you will pay. Okay, we go on to the next one. So if you notice, he says 25, we pay a bint makhal. And then he goes 36, we pay bint laboon. And then we go to 46, then we pay a hiqqah. When I own 61, I pay a jada'. When I own 67, I pay 2 binta laboons, right? When I own changes. So take down the number. From 25, we're saying you pay a bint laboon, which is a type of camel, right? That is at a particular age, right? That is, I'm not going to go into the explanations of the names of the camels and what age they are now. That's going to consume a lot of time. So I'm just going to tell you that from 5 till 25, we pay 1 per 5. And then from 25, we're paying a particular age camel, which is very expensive, right? If they reach a particular age, usually they're speaking about 2, 3. Actually, when they go 4, 5, then they actually become old, the Arabs. But 2, 3, this is the ages that they are, yani strong. Okay, now from 25, we go to the next number. What's the next number? The next number that the Sheikh mentioned was 46. Right, so after 25, we went to 46. When you own 46 camels, then you pay a particular type of camel as well. This type of camel is called a hiqqah. I actually skipped one number. What number did I skip? 36. So from 25 to 36, and then to 46. So notice the pattern. 25, and then I went to 36, and I went to 46. Right? So when I came to 36, they call that type of camel a bint laboon. When it comes to 46, they call it a hiqqah. Right? So the bint al-makhad is a camel that has reached 1 year old and is entering into the second year. So when I own 25 camels, then the type of zakat I must pay must be a camel that is at the age of 1 going into 2 years old. That's the zakat of 25 camels. The zakat of owning 36, we call it a bint laboon, she must be 2 years old. Female camel, 2 years old. Right? When it goes to 46, they call it a hiqqah. And the hiqqah is the camel that is going into the age 3. Okay? Everybody have that? And then from 46, we go to 61. They call it a jida'. Right? Why do we call it a jida'? What do you pay when you own 61 camels, you pay a camel that has reached the age of 4 and is going into 5 years old. That's what they mean by jidar. Okay? That's the type of camel. So I cannot pay any type of camel. And this names have been stipulated in the ahadith of the Prophet ﷺ. Okay? Then from 61, we go to 67. So now we're going again back to the first number. When we were at 36, we said you pay a camel that is aged what? That is 2 years old, that is a female. So when it goes to 67, you're going to pay 2 females. 2 camels, I mean not 2 females, no, 2 camel, let's say 2 she camels. And then when we go to 91, that is after 67, we will pay 2 camels that are aged 3 years old. And then the final number will be 121. The final number for camels will be 121. So from 5 to 121. When you come to 121, then you pay 3 she camels, bint laboons, right? You pay 3 she camels that are at the age of 2 years old. After 121, what you will do is, each 40, you will pay a she camel that is age 2 years old. And each 50, you will pay a camel that is 3 years old. So after 121, meaning above 121, then we follow this pattern, the linear pattern, right? The linear pattern will be each 40, I pay 1 extra she camel that is age 2 years old. Each 50, I will pay a camel that is age 3 years old. Does that make sense? So all I need to learn is, when it comes to camels, right? 1 to 25, I pay 1 each 5. From 25 to each number that we went to. From 25 to 36, 36 to 46, 46 to 61, 61 to 67, 67 to 91, 91 to 121. Each of those numbers has a particular type of camel that I'm going to pay. From 25, the type of camel that I'm paying is a camel that is 1 year old and that is entering the age of 2. Right? When it's 36, I'm paying a she camel that is age 2. Becomes more expensive. Right? When I go to, so that was at 36. Now I go to 46. Now I'm paying a camel that is age 3. Becomes more expensive. Right? When I go above that number, I will go to 61. 61. Now we're going to double the amount I paid when I started with 25, which is a camel that is at the age of 1 going into the age of 2. And then when we reach 121, then it becomes easier. So 121, we pay 3 camels that are at the age of 1 year old, entering into the second age. And above this number, each 40, the linear pattern will be, I will pay a she camel that is at the age of 2 years old. Each 50, I'm going to pay a camel that is at the age of 3 years old. Cows. I think if we make a chart of this, then it will be very easy. But for people that do not have camels and cows, yani, this is really irrelevant to them. You know, so and that's why I didn't want to spend a lot of time when it comes to this. Just very quickly with regards to the cows. we're saying you do not pay zakah until you own 30 cows. Zakah doesn't become obligatory until you own 30. Okay? So at least we should know that. Because when I own a cow, when do I pay zakah? Oh, when I have 30. So what is the zakah I pay? They call it a tabia, a type of cow that you will pay, which is called a tabia. When I own 40, the type of cow will differ. Okay? But it starts at 40. And like that, we take it up. And this is obviously based on the hadith in Tirmidhi, when the Prophet ﷺ sent Mu'adh to Yemen, and he instructed him to take from the amount of 30 cows, a tabi', and from 40 cows, a musinna, which means old cow. He says Rawahu Tirmidhi, and this hadith is at least, it is Hasan. A tabi' is obviously a cow that is 1 year old and entering into the second year. Musinna is a cow that is a bit older. So the way we calculate it, every 30 we take out a tabi', and every 40 we take out a musinna, and it will continue like that up. Okay? Abdullah, you know, for camels, and you know how for cows. So the farmer comes to you, Sheikh, how much zakat must I give? I have 150 camels. You know how to calculate it now, right? You have 90 cows. How many zakat must I give from 90 cows? We said every 30, you give it a tabi'ah. Every 40, you give a musinna, right? And if it's above that, you add to the 40. So if I have 40, he's already giving a tabi'ah. But now there's another 40, so you must give another tabi'ah. So it will be 2 tabi'ahs, right? And every 30, it will be a musinna, or every 40, it will be a musinna. And you will add a musinna as it goes up and up, 1,000 cows, 1,200, 4,000 cows, etc. The last one is cattle, sheep and goats. We're going to say that when it comes to cattle, so this will include sheep and goats. Zakat doesn't become obligatory until what number? So here we say 30, and here we say 40. So you don't pay zakat unless you own 40 sheep. What is the zakat of 40 sheep? 1 sheep. Right? So the calculation is very similar to when it comes to camels. So we can write down the numbers. The first number will be 40. Obviously, Bukhari narrates in the book of Abu Bakr regarding the zakat of cattle. If it reaches 40 to 120, then you will give 1 sheep. If it increases, meaning if it's more than 120, فإذا زادت على 20 ومئة, then it says شاة إلى 200. You still give 1 sheep as zakat until you reach 200, and when you reach 200, you now give 2 sheep. If it goes over 200 to 300, you now give 3 sheep. If it goes over 300, you add to every 100 a sheep. Okay? You add to every 100 a sheep. So the first threshold, nisab, for cattle will be 40. This is when we give 1 sheep. And for 120 up to 200, we give 2 sheep. Abdullah, you understand this concept? So we're saying 40, right? 1. When we're reaching 120, you're still giving 1 until it comes to 200. When you reach 200, now you give 2. Then every 100, we add 1. Okay? So if I have 500, how much must I give? 5. يعني تقريبا 5. Okay, can we move on? Finish with the livestock. Yalla, خلاص. on the livestock. Okay, bring it. Okay, that's a very good question. What's the next one? Okay. So all of it is got to do with the zakat of money. So okay, we haven't touched on the money yet. No, because it comes off the livestock. And that's why I said, remember when we were mentioning the prerequisites obligating zakat to livestock, right? Were the 6. And then I said, but then the general question that should come to mind is if nisab is one of the prerequisites obligating zakat, then we want to know what is the threshold obligating zakat to each category, right? Then we said the same prerequisites obligating zakat in livestock will be the same prerequisites obligating zakat when it comes to money. And then we said we're using gold and silver as a measurement instrument, right? Because that was the mode of currency in the prophetic time. But there were other modes of currency as well. Barley, wheat, dates, salt. These were all modes of currency because they had a barter system. So gold and silver wasn't the only method or only currency or prophetic currency, so to say. If we look at the hadith that the Prophet ﷺ says, "Bi'u kayfa shi'tum." You are allowed to trade as you wish, as long إذا اختلفت الأجناس. If the commodities are different. So I buy salt with dates. I swap rice for barley, wheat. This is how they used to trade, okay? The reason the fuqaha use gold and silver as a measurement instrument because it is consistent. There's intrinsic value in gold and silver, right? The point of that is that, what do I mean by intrinsic value? If I put a kilogram of gold under my pillow tonight and I take 10,000 US dollars and I put it next to it, and I wake up 10 years later, what is going to be more valuable? The gold. The US dollars might be worth the toilet roll in your bathroom, to be honest. Because there's no intrinsic value except that which the government ascribes to it. The moment we started moving away from backing up our monies with tangible goods, right? It merely becomes a piece of paper. It merely becomes a piece of paper that has no intrinsic value. And that's why we say, as Muslims, the best thing to invest in is tangible things, right? If you want to save your money, save it in property, in things that you can feel, touch, Don't think that if you're sitting with a lot of money in your bank, you have a lot of money, because tomorrow when the World Bank crashes and we have another economic disaster, the problem is all that money that you have in the millions become worthless in your bank account. It becomes just a number that has no value. Okay, that's besides the point. The question was, we're not using gold and silver as a currency, okay? But we use that as a measurement in order to quantify our money. So like we used in livestock a measurement in order to quantify the value of zakat that we will give, right? So our measurement was the amount of livestock that we own. So we look at the current value of gold and silver. So we're saying, okay, if you're saying that the measurement is 200 dirhams, the point is, what does a dirham mean in the prophetic time, and how does that differ to the modern society? If you go to Jordan, the dirham can be different to the one in Saudi, and to the one in Kuwait, and to the one in Oman, right? So we will have small differences in the interpretation of the dirham. However, we can back it up with the kilograms of gold. So we look at the worth or the weight of the gold and the silver, and we ask, what is the equivalent of that in your money? So if you were to buy the current weight for gold that they are using is like 85 grams, right, of pure carat gold. So what is the amount of money that you would need to purchase 85 grams worth of gold? When you go buy a wedding ring, and then you see how expensive gold is, La hawla wa la quwwata. Okay. And then you see the value of diamonds and these things. And then you're thinking, my 20,000 rand is nothing. It cannot even buy a chip. But okay, don't worry. We are coming to the Zakat al-Fidda. Okay, let's go for the Zakat al-Fidda and Dhahab, seeing that it was asked about. So, let's say the nisab is obviously the threshold that we spoke about in gold and silver. Here in our fiqh books they say the gold is 20 mithqal, which is a quarter of a tenth, which is a half of a mithqal, and that which is above that. And then he says, this is how we calculate it. The threshold of waraq is usually referring to silver, is 200 dirhams, which is a quarter of a tenth and approximately 5 dirhams. So he says, what does all of this mean? When we speak about the zakat of gold and silver, we base this on the Quran and the Sunnah. Surah Tawbah, which is chapter number 9, verse 34, speaks about gold and silver. وَالَّذِينَ يَكْنِزُونَ الذَّهَبَ. Those people that put gold and silver as treasures. وَلَا يُنْفِقُونَ. Meaning they withhold the gold and the silver that they own as in treasure troves. They hold it, they withhold it, right? And they do not spend it in the path of Allah. وَالْمُرَادُ بِالْكَنْزِ, we're speaking about treasure troves. ما لم تؤدي زكاته. In Sahih Muslim, ما من صاحب ذهب ولا فضة لا يؤدي منها حقها. There is no person who possesses gold or silver that does not fulfill its right إلا إذا كان يوم القيامة, except that on the day of resurrection سفحت له صحائف من نار. It will be rolled out for him folds of hellfire فأحمي عليها في نار جهنم, and he will be boiled into the fire of Jahannam فتكوى بها جبهته وجنبه وظهره كلما بردت أعيدت له. So he says he will be, his forehead will be ironed with his gold and the silver, and his sides and his back will be made cold, and it will be returned to him every time it burns off. وحقها زكاتها, and he says that the right of owning gold and silver is to give it zakah. And then he mentions that Ibn Mundir claims that there is ijma on the threshold of silver, which is 200 dirhams, and that the nisab of gold is 20 mithqal when it reaches 200 dirhams, because dinar in the prophetic era was equivalent to 12 and a half mithqal approximately. So here he goes into a long explanation of pure gold and pure silver. I'm not going to go into that. I'm trying to get straight to the point, which is that the nisab threshold amount that makes us eligible to pay zakat. That's what we want to know, right? So the Prophet ﷺ, he set the nisab level. I want you to write this down, because the question is, how do we identify the threshold of gold and silver, right? So we use the dirhams and we use the dinars in order to come to the contemporary calculations that we have. And the current contemporary calculation we have is 87.47 grams. 87.47 87. And some say, usually they market at 85 grams. They market at this. But obviously it will fluctuate up and down depending on obviously the value of the dollar and multiple other instruments that plays a role in. So he says 87 point, 48. Say 48. So that would be the current nisab on the current nisab level. We're going to say is 87.48 grams when it comes to our gold, and 612.36 grams of silver. Right big here in gold, right? We're speaking about 85 grams to 87. But I remember just the beginning of the year, it was like 85. Just at the beginning of this year, it was 85. I mean, we in March, beginning of April, it jumped up to. But consistently over the years, I've seen this number for a long time, right? So that's in terms of the gold. Then the silver, the amount of grams, we have 617. 612 upon. 612. 612 point 36 grams, to be exact. Here we're speaking about silver, right? Grams of silver. So that would be our threshold now. So let me explain how we come to this. So according to the predominant view, Obviously, in today's world, gold and silver, like the question said, it isn't our currency. We don't operate in gold and silver. So the nisab level will be the equivalent rate. The equivalent rate of these grams. Because someone say, no, but we don't operate in gold and silver. That's not a currency. So how can you tell us that the nisab is 87.47 grams of gold? What does that mean? We're saying that the nisab rate will be at this value. Right? That's how we identify, and this is how it can be consistent throughout the era. We're also saying that we know you don't need to attend the zakah seminar to calculate your zakah, but to know the deeper functions of zakah, we have today like zakat calculators. You can just go on the internet and type in your assets and your properties, and then it will shoot out immediately what the payable amount of your zakat is. I mean, we have good websites. I think Islamic Relief does, they're very reliable. Islamic Relief, they have a zakat calculator. I think we even have zakat apps that you can download that are also really reliable. Sanzaf also have, and these are organizations that are doing good work in our community. So we obviously, you will encounter when you try to use the zakat calculator, that the zakat payment will speak about the hawl, right? Which we spoke about, it refers to the lunar year. And once your wealth has remained above the nisab, the threshold for a full lunar year, then only do you pay zakah. But the big question we all want to know is, when do you pay zakah, right? So we say you pay the zakah when your money has passed the nisab, the threshold, over a full Islamic lunar year. If you held assets, but we also spoke about if your assets fell below the threshold, then you obviously no longer need to pay. So we gave examples like the worth of your property, the worth of the amount of livestock you owned, or your wealth, right? If that falls below the nisab, then you are not liable. You have to recalculate the days of your lunar year. And we said that recalculation starts when? The day your money or your wealth reaches the nisab again, now you start your lunar year. However, you can pay zakat at any time of the year. Some people like to ask the question, can we pay our zakat in Ramadan? Can we pay it in the month of Muharram? You don't decide when you want to pay your zakat. You can't decide that, right? There are times that you are allowed to pay your zakat upfront, like the zakatul fitr that is paid at the end of the month of Ramadan. You can pay it at the beginning of the month of Ramadan. You can pay it in the middle of the month of Ramadan. You can pay it at the end of the month of Ramadan. These are all possible. However, your zakat al-mal, your zakat of the wealth, this is dependent, like your livestock, your money, commercial goods. These are dependent on the hawl, that the hawl elapses. A full Islamic lunar year has to elapse in order for you to be able to pay the zakah. So you go and decide whether you want to pay it in Ramadan. If your hawl elapses in Ramadan, khalas, you can pay. Right? There are other views, but at least in the Shafi view, we say that the hawl has to elapse in order for you to pay the zakah. Okay. So let me end off with a few important things that we need to know about the zakat on gold and silver. The first thing is whether we're keeping the gold and silver as, are we keeping it as a hobby, as a collection hobby, or are we keeping it for the purposes of wealth, right? That's the first thing that we need to identify. Why are we keeping the gold and the silver? Are we keeping it because we like it? I like to collect gold and silver. So I'm a gold collector, so I like to collect it, right? That is different to me, different to the person that is collecting the gold to sell it and to trade with it, right? So that's the first point. The second point that I think is very important is jewelry, which is made of gold and silver. So we spoke about women that hold gold and silver jewelry, but they accumulate it as wealth. They don't accumulate it in order to sell it, right? But they are accumulating it. Let's say one day they want to sell it again, they're going to make money from it, right? And then that can become zakatable. Then we have gold and silver jewelry, ornaments in the house that we have for personal use. I think we have to take that into consideration. We also have gold and silver items that are containing gold and silver, and sometimes we use them, sometimes we're not, but this can also be zakatable. And obviously these items can include like decoration items for utensils, silver spoons. These can actually become zakatable. Gold and silver that we put away for personal use. Among the ulama, there are some scholars that differ regarding gold and silver jewelry that is kept for personal use being zakatable or not, right? In our madhab, they say it's not zakatable. The safer option is to pay zakat on them, as it is a doubtful matter, neither clearly made halal or haram, right? There are other metals that the ulama spoke about, like stones, that are more expensive than gold and silver, not zakatable. I think I wanted to highlight those few issues. Inshallah, when we come back, and then we will go into more detail, and I'll try to give more examples and try to pick up on the questions that was asked around the gold and the silver, but more in terms of currency and coming away from the gold and the silver in terms of money, rands, euros, dollars. How do we calculate our zakat from that instead of the gold and the silver, inshallah? So we break now for the word and we come back, and then I think I'll open it for questions. From there, we will just answer the questions.
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله أكبر. استغفر الله العظيم. استغفر الله العظيم. استغفر الله العظيم. الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم ونتوب إليه ونسألك توبة ومغفرة وهداية لنا إنه هو التواب الرحيم. اللهم أنت السلام ومنك السلام المصير ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله لله رب العالمين.
Bismillah.
Try it together. On a young and that.
Okay. Bismillah. Bismillah.
Okay, I try.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي وبعد. So we resume inshallah ta'ala, and this will be our final session for the fiqh of Zakat 101. I definitely think that we require a follow-up session, which we will probably fiqh 102 or fiqh zakat 102. But I think we've covered the essential concepts that I wanted to cover, and the meat of the essential ideas were: number one, the overview of zakat, okay? The number two, the classifications of zakat, meaning the types of zakat. We spoke about zakat al-mal, zakatul badan, right? We said zakatul fitr, which is zakatul badan, the zakat of the body, you pay at the end of the month of Ramadan. Zakat of money and wealth, we said we need to view zakat of wealth in the following manner: the zakat of livestock, the zakat of what we refer to as money, athman, which is gold and silver. And then we also spoke about the zakat of urud, at-tijara, commercial goods. And we also spoke about zakat, the final one was zakat al-mawashi wal-athman wal-baqar, la, wal-zuru', right, crops, and fruit. But they will add to that, like you would have the zakat of mines, the zakat of treasure troves, like you find a treasure in the ground on a particular land. So if you find a treasure that reaches the nisab on a land that is not owned by you and it's not owned by anyone, right? Do you need to pay zakat on that treasure that you are retrieving from the ground? Or in the sea, you're a diver and you discover gold. It's not belonging to anyone. However, if the property belongs to someone, then the item will be regarded as the ownership of the person that owns the property. And if we're saying that the person dives into the water and he finds a treasure, how do we treat it in Sharia? We can treat it in one of two ways. The one way is that we are able to treat it as luqata, which means we treat it as a lost and found item. We also able to treat it as a a zakatable asset, which is they call it cans, a treasure, right? So these are treasure troves. We treat it in one of the two ways, either lost and found property, or we treat it as a zakatable asset. This is dependent on whom the land belongs to. So in a nutshell, that's the framework of the zakat of wealth, right? I mentioned the 4 types. What is it? The zakat of livestock, the zakat of money, the zakat of commercial goods, the zakat of crops, right? And fruit. And I mentioned an additional type now, which was the zakat of treasure troves. That's an additional one. So usually the fuqaha discuss that in one. The zakat of treasure troves and mines. So in total we have how many? For under wealth? 5. The first one is livestock. Second one is money. The third one is crops and fruit, right? Crops and fruit. And we told you how to deal with that. With regards to the fruit, we only said dates and grapes, right? And then, what is the fourth one? Urudu tijara, what is that? Commercial goods, traded goods. Your father has a supermarket. The stock in the shop. How do we calculate the zakat from there? Urudu tijara. The final one, zakat al-rakaz, in Arabic, al-rakaz, wal-ma'adin, or they will say zakat al-kanzi wal-ma'adin, okay? The zakat of treasure troves and mines. Khalas. So we wrapped that up. And then we said there are prerequisites of obligation when zakat becomes necessary. We mentioned the prerequisites of obligation for the zakatable assets of livestock. And we said they are only how many? Camels, cows, and cattle, which includes sheep and goats. There are 6 prerequisites. We mentioned them all, right? Islam, Hurriya, Milk Tam, Hawl, and Nisab, and so. What is the prerequisites of obligation necessitating zakat on money? 5, except Sawm, right? You must be Muslim, you must be free, you must have complete ownership, and what? They must own the threshold of zakat, and what? Halal al-hawl, right? Well, the 1 full lunar Islamic year has to elapse in order for you to pay zakat on your money. So I have money in the bank. When do I need to pay zakat on the money that I have in the bank? There are 3 very important ones. The nisab, the threshold, and the full lunar year has to elapse. That too actually is very important because Muslim being free and complete, the third one that's very important to me is complete ownership. Because complete ownership, we will have an issue. If you have funds in the bank, but you don't have direct access to it, do you actually have complete ownership? So the fuqaha discuss whether complete ownership can still be regarded as complete ownership when you have invested the money into a company. But the money, you won't have access for it for the next 5 years. Do you then have ownership? So I have 100 million that I've invested in a company. Do I have full ownership of that 100 million in the period of 5 years? Meaning, when we speak about full ownership, there has to be complete disposal to the money. So when I do not have disposal to the money, and what accumulates here? What accumulates over the years, if you're going to say that that is still type of an ownership, then it means that he must pay the zakat of 100 million for 5 years. He must make qada of it. If we say that he still had money, right? Okay, so that wrapped up for us the the shurut of obligation for livestock as well as for, we spoke about gold and silver, and we also spoke about the prerequisites obligating zakat on crops, right? We mentioned three. It must be that which humans cultivate, right? Number two, it must be a staple food that you're able to store. And number three, we are saying that it must obviously reach the nisab. And the nisab in crops will be 5 wasaq, right? We obviously mentioned that the 5 wasaq there is referring to approximately 600 grams. And then we spoke about the zakat of fruit. So it will have the same prerequisites of obligation: Islam, Hurriya, complete ownership, and nisab. So that's for fruit. Complete ownership or shurut wujub zakah in commercial goods, we have the same 5 that is applicable to money. So how do I know if I have to pay zakat on the stock in my shop? The 5 things: Muslim, must be free, must have complete ownership, they must be nisab, and the year must elapse. هذا عليه الحول. The same with money. Right. Now, what we want to do, before I open up, and I'm going to say this, we're going to just answer the questions. There is one last thing that I think that I need to show you, and then maybe we can do the others in another session, in fiqh or zakah 1 or 2. Okay. Calculating my zakah. That's what we want to learn. How do we calculate the zakah? Any idea? What do you guys think? Calculating zakah. Okay. So, remember we spoke about the nisab. Khalas? We spoke about the nisab, the threshold, correct? Now, the threshold, when we spoke about it, we said that the threshold is the what? It's the minimum required, or the minimum threshold required for an individual to be obligated to pay zakah, right, in a specific lunar year. And obviously the total amount of wealth is equal or it exceeds the nisab in order for you to be liable to pay the zakat. So the nisab was taught to us and was set by, we didn't make it up. The Prophet ﷺ taught us what the nisab, or how we should come to the nisab. So the Prophet ﷺ said it should be at the rate equivalent, right? So I have the new equivalent here, which is 87.48 grams, right? That is going to be my nisab rate of what? Of gold, right? Or it's going to be 612.36 grams of what? Of silver. Of silver. Jameel. Remember, this is the 200 dirhams that we are saying is now equivalent to the current
grams that we have today. So the Prophet ﷺ said it at 200, right? He said the nisab for silver is mi'ata dirham, right? And 20 mithqal, right? So 200 dirhams is equivalent to 612.36 grams of silver in the 21st century, right? And 20 mithqal, right, which the Prophet ﷺ said is the threshold for gold, is equivalent to 87.48 grams of gold in, at least we can say, these amounts, or the equivalent to the 200 dirhams, right? And this is equivalent to the what? The 20 mithqal that the Prophet ﷺ spoke about. According to, at least by, from the 3rd of March, at least by the 3rd of March 2022. That's the latest that we have, right? Now, these numbers that we see here, the value or the weight that we are identifying as our what? As our nisab. Remember, this nisab was set by the Prophet ﷺ, and it is now our updated nisab. So, according to most of the zakat organizations, we find that 87.47 grams of gold, right, is equivalent to 8,764 rand 0.08 cents. Okay, so I'll write that number here, which means that the nisab threshold on the 3rd of March, right, 2020, it was at, so this is for silver. We were going to say that silver is at 8,764.08 cents, right? This is the value. So that's the threshold, okay? Then the value of gold, we're saying, so they say that is at least 14 rand 31 cents per gram, right? 14 rand point 31 cents per gram. Alas? For silver, right? And then we're saying for gold, the current threshold is 1,091 rand point 79 cents. Obviously, that's going to also be per gram. And obviously here you need to also take into consideration the VAT, right? That will have an additional, will add additional fee to that. It might be, no, it might be an additional fee, but few cents, and sometimes it can even go into rands, like even up to 100 to, depending on the commodity. But I think that this number is inclusive of the VAT. Generally, they would include the VAT there as well. So, let's say we're going to have a 3-step process to calculate the zakat. Okay? So the first is that we take the net value, right? So we take the net value of all your assets, net value of all assets. So the net value of all your assets Remember, all your assets, you have to include everything there that will be regarded as what? As what? Zakatable assets. That is very important, that it has to be zakatable assets. So the net value of all assets that is in our position for a full year, right? Or it exceeds the threshold of zakat on the total value of the assets. And that will be, let's say, if we only have gold, then the nisab measure for gold should be used. If we only have silver, then you use silver. But the scholars say generally it's better to use silver, right? They say that the silver measurement for nisab is safer and it's more beneficial to zakat, especially if we have mixed items, right? Meaning the assets that we have, it's not just gold, but it's a mixture of gold, silver, property, uh, livestock. You guys see that? So let me draw up. We will come back to this. So we're calculating our zakat. You're right. Let's say gold plus the silver I have. I put that into a column, right? And you can do this on an Excel sheet if you want to. Money. I put the money I own into that block. That will include, let's say my money includes cash. I have at home, cash at home, plus bank accounts, right? And I have other savings. Maybe I invested somewhere, or I have personal investments. So I'm into crowdfunding, or I have a share at, let's say, Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies. I invested my money there. So some of my wealth is lying there. And then money that I owe, or money that money owed to me. Yeah. So people owe me money, right? That all goes under my money. Um, Now, let's say I have a business, right? So my business assets must also be calculated. Obviously, in the business assets, they have like short-term liabilities, which includes the monies owed, other monies that are outgoing. So let's say in the business we have money that is owed to you, right? In the business, then we also have money that is called outgoing money, right? So outgoing, like governing the overheads of the business. Outgoing money. So we can say this is outgoing money that is due. What do we mean by that? You still have to pay, but the money is there in the business bank account. But you know, at the end of the month, you must pay rent. So it's not really your money. It needs to see to the overheads of the company. Then you have, so what we do is, let's say we take this, and the nisab. The nisab threshold. What's the nisab threshold? 8,100 and ish? 8,387. Is it wrong? Abdullah. Wait, what did you? 8,764. 8,664. 764.0. Remember, this obviously is according to Islamic relief, and this is the latest threshold. And why did I use that threshold? So, right, and we said the muqaddam, especially when I'm dealing with mixed monies. But if I only had gold, can I use that threshold? Right? But if I have gold and silver and other assets, then it's preferable to use the silver asset. I mean, the silver threshold. Tamam. So, if we look at this threshold that is used here, this is the threshold of what? The silver threshold, right? Then we have a gold threshold. The gold threshold will be what? 1,000? 100? Yes, above? 1,091.30 cents, 79 cents. That would be the gold threshold. So both thresholds are used to calculate the zakat. Both thresholds are used to calculate the zakat. So we can use either or. We can use the silver threshold or we can use the gold threshold. Usually they would take the more expensive threshold, right, to be safe. Right? And in this case it will be the silver. Right? That's why he's saying that the silver is the predominant view. And it's the safer view to take in that regard. So we're saying that 2.5%, right, of your wealth is above the nisab. 2.5%. So the 2.5% here of the wealth one possesses above the nisab, which is equivalent to, we say, let's say, this will be 85 grams, right? And we say, so the 85 grams, they usually say it can't be like 12 grams of gold, it must be 24, right? 24 karat. That's what most of the ulama say, that it has to be pure gold. So they say that the closest should be 24 karat gold. 24 karat gold, right? And that is the minimum amount of wealth one must pay before they are liable to pay the zakat.
Then the Sheikh also mentions that the nisab amount listed is based on the latest available report that we have with us today, right? So zakat is liable on gold, silver, cash, savings, investment, rent, income, business, merchandise, profit, shares, securities, bonds, right? And we see that the zakat is paid on wealth used for debt repayments, living expenses, clothing, food, housing, transportation, education. All of this, usually we try to follow the practice agreed upon by most of the scholars, which states that that collectors of zakat, meaning the employees of zakat, or one of the 8 groups that are eligible to receive zakat. So like Islamic Relief, Sons of, they are eligible to use up to at least, they say, 12% of donations paid to zakat in order to make the administration functioning, etc. The one point that he points out here is that we should consider adding 2% to the total zakat donation when using a credit card. This will compensate for transaction fees deducted from your donation by the credit card companies, and will ensure that you are covered. So you are able to calculate your zakat by using the silver threshold, or you can use the gold threshold. But let's say your assets are only gold, then you will use the gold threshold. Right? If it's only silver, use the silver threshold. If it's a mixture of things like we have here, then we use the nisab of the silver threshold in order to calculate our zakat. So on the money issue, we will 2.5% of our wealth will be given as a zakatable payment, and that can differ depending on your cash that you have at home, what's in your bank account, the savings, if you even have investments. Not all people have businesses, right? Some people just have normal cash. So, okay. I think that should clear up everything in terms of how to calculate the zakat. I'll take the questions. Amira, you said the first question there was? Yes. Yeah. So, in fact, we didn't come to this, and I was speaking about it, Zakatul Jiwar, and I actually called it, I think before the break, we spoke about Sharikat al-Wuju and Sharikat al-Ainan. But there's another, it's Zakatul Khulta and Zakatul Jiwar. So the Zakatul Khulta is the mixed zakah. The example, the question I had given, is they have a joint account. They're not able to identify who owns what percentage exactly. They call that zakat al-khulta, right? Zakat al-jiwar is where we are able to identify the specific amounts that belongs to each partner in the company. It's very simple in the sense that if you have a joint account, we say that once the funds reach the threshold of zakat, then the account, meaning the bearers of the account, become liable to pay 2.5%. Obviously, if the funds had been in the account for a full Islamic lunar year, and it was consistently equal to the threshold or above, and did not fall lower than the threshold of the minimum amount that zakat is payable, then at the elapsing of a full year, they have to pay the 2.5%. That will be deducted from the account. At the point there, it comes from the account. However, if we are able to identify the portions, then the person is only liable for the portion that he owns. So if the account is owned, the one partner owns 60%, then he will only pay 60% of the amount of the zakat that is liable upon the account, and the other partner will pay the remaining 40%, which he is liable for. Wallahu alam. This third one. Yes. So, in fact, we didn't get to this, but the Sheikh calls it Zakatul Huli al-Mubah, permissible jewelry. And here he says that هل تجب الزكاة في الحلي المباح. We have two views in the madhab, according to Taqiyuddin al-Hisni. He says, the first view says that it is obligatory to pay zakah. And the reasoning for this is that the Prophet ﷺ, a woman approached him, and he says, وَفِي يَدِ إِبْنَتِهَا مسكتان غليظتان من ذهب. Right? She was holding on to two elements of gold. فقال لها صلى الله عليه وسلم أتعطينا زكاة هذا? Did you give the zakat of this? فقالت لا. So she responded no. فقال أيسرك أن يسورك الله بهما يوم القيامة سوارين من نار. Will it make you happy that on the day of resurrection that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will tie you up with these two elements on the day of resurrection with fire? فخلعتهما, meaning she took it off. وألقتهما, and she threw it to the Prophet ﷺ, and she said, yeah, take it, it's for you and for Allah. He said, وَمَا لِلَّهِ وَلِرَسُولِهِ. Based on that hadith, they're saying that this was jewelry that the lady was wearing. And the Prophet ﷺ was asking her, are you giving zakat for this jewelry that you are wearing that is made of gold? And she said, no. And the Prophet ﷺ said, well, would you like that you are tied up on the day of resurrection with this jewelry that is made out of fire, basically? The Prophet ﷺ, and she said, "Huma lillahi wa li rasulih." Yes, it's for Allah and for His Messenger. So based on that, the first view in the Shafi madhab says that it's obligatory to pay zakat on permissible jewelry. The second view says, and he says, well, other. It seems to be the more apparent view, and it is also the view that the Shaykh, which is Al-Qadi Abu Shuja', was absolutely certain of, that it is not obligatory to pay zakah. So this is why I said this is the strong view in the madhab, that you don't need to pay zakat on the jewelry that you are wearing. لأنه معد لاستعمال مباح. He said because you are using it for a permissible reason. So the jewelry that females are wearing, as long as it's worn for a permissible reason, why does he say the zakat of permissible jewelry? Because if I were to wear the gold that the woman is wearing, that is isti'mal haram. So it's not permissible for me to wear gold. So that's why he's speaking about the zakat of the jewelry that is permissible to wear in relation to the woman. So he says that in the Muwatta of Imam Malik, with the authentic chain to Ibn Umar and Aisha, he narrates here also that this is very similar to the usage of camels and cows. And he says here, وَكَانَتْ عَائِشَةُ تُحَلِّي بَنَاتَ أَخِيهَا أَيْتَامًا فِي حِجْرِهَا فَلَا تُخْرَجُ مِنْهَا الزَّكَاةُ. that Aisha, she used to adorn the daughters of her brother, Aytaman, who were considered orphans in her room, فَلَا تَخْرُجْ مِنْهَا الزَّكَاةِ, meaning she used to adorn the daughters of her brother, who were regarded as orphans in her room, adorn them with these ornaments that consisted of gold and silver, and she did not pay zakah. And based on that, he's also saying that it's not obligatory. Some of the ulama responded to the first hadith because we said that this lady came to the Prophet ﷺ, she was wearing the gold, and then she cast it at the Prophet ﷺ, and basically on that view they said that you have to pay zakat on the jewelry that you wear. They responded to this hadith by saying بأن الحلي كان في أول الإسلام محرما, that in the beginning of Islam the usage of jewelry was haram. That was the first response, meaning كان محرما على النساء. In the beginning of Islam, the jewelry was haram upon women folk. قاله القاضي أبو الطيب وكذا نقله البيهقي. This has been transmitted by the famous Juri in the Shafi madhab, Abu Tayyib, as well as the Imam of the madhab, Imam Abu Bakr al-Baqillani, عفوا Imam al-Bayhaqi, صاحب السنن الكبرى. والله أعلم. No more? Charity. Okay, let it. The total or the items? Oh, I understand. It's almost like, but then we need to determine what are you speaking about? The assets. What assets are you speaking about? Are you speaking about commercial goods that is standing in a supermarket, right? Because then the assets are fluctuating, right? So I might have a ton of chips, I might have a ton of dates, I might have a ton of etc., right? But throughout the year, it's not always a ton, because customers are buying from me and I'm selling, and it diminishes, and I'm also buying in, then it goes up, then it goes down. The point is that the total value of the stock at the end of the lunar year, that is the amount that is taken in order to calculate. Meaning, so at the end of the financial year, as they would say in the corporate world, at the end of the financial year would be now recently the end of February. For many it was at the end of February. But our end of our financial year will be at the end of a full Islamic lunar year. Right? At the end of the full Islamic lunar year, now we calculate the stock in the shop. What is the total value of the stock in the shop? And from that amount, we pay 2.5%. That's an example of a tangible asset. The person says, okay, money, how do we calculate? What do we calculate? The 2.5% of the money that we own, which is the total at the end of the year, or the money that we have. I think that's how they were posing it. So let's say I have 10 million rand in the bank, right? But at the end of the year, I don't have 10 million anymore. Maybe it's 5 million. But what do I pay zakat on? The 10 million that I had, or do I pay on the 5 million that I have? What do you say, Sheikh Abdullah? 5 million. Yeah? You pay on the value of the money that you have in. So that's like the commercial goods. I think, Allahu Alam. Are there any other questions?
I'm not sure if you answered the question already, but how do you determine a zakatable asset? What makes it a zakatable asset?
That's a very good question. So the brother is asking, how do we know or establish whether something is regarded as a zakatable asset? Right? So this is very clear. When we look at the definition of zakah, we said that it is referring to a specific portion of wealth, right? A specific portion of wealth that is distributed to a particular group of people with specific prerequisites. That's our definition of zakah. Now, when we say a particular portion, or specific portion of your wealth, that specific portion is identified by the Sharia. The Sharia pinpoints to us that this particular commodity is a zakatable commodity. I've made the term up, but they would say that anything that the Sharia mandates, they would call that a zakatable asset. Right? But there is no such thing as a zakatable asset. Right? We look at it as you have a zakat relating to your money and a zakat related to your body. Right? So the only zakat we pay for our body is the zakatul fitr. The zakatul mal, the wealth, where did we learn this from? How do we know that commercial goods, which is goods that we trade with, we have to pay zakat on that? Because it's done with the intention of what? With the intention of business. So there's growth. But you will see, if you notice, livestock. Why is there not livestock on dogs? Why is there not livestock on birds? These are also animals, isn't it? But why did the Sharia pinpoint cows, camels, sheep, goats? The value of that, if used for business, can be exponential. Can be exponential. And the fact that there's so much that can be earned, Allah is saying that we have to also make sure that, and this is why when he said Mu'adh, the Prophet says, تؤخذ من أغنيائهم وترد على فقرائهم. That the zakat is taken from the wealthy and it is returned to those who are impoverished. The objective, the wisdom, the benefit behind the zakah. Right? How did you identify that? If you look at every facet or category of the zakat that we mentioned, whether it be what? Livestock. Even the fruit. We're not saying, oh, it must be on watermelon. And we have a hadith for each one. So for livestock of camels, we have hadith. Livestock of cows, we have a hadith. Right? Livestock of sheep and goat, we have a hadith. Right? All of it is mentioned in the Quran. وَمِنَ الْإِبْلِ اثْنَيْنِ وَمِنَ الْبَقَرِ اثْنَيْنِ وَلَا ذَكَرَيْنِ حَرَّمَ مِنْ أُنْثَيْنِ أَمَّا اشْتَمَلَتْ عَلَيْهِ أَرْحَامُ الْأُنْثَيْنِ نَبِّئُونِي بِعِلْمٍ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. Also, when we speak about money, because someone said, how did you come up to money? Right? Gold and silver. So we said, the Prophet ﷺ said that riba is found in the following elements: الذهب بالذهب والفضة بالفضة. Right? We made qiyas, analogy, and analogy of the gold and the silver to the modern day currency. Right? That's with regards to gold and silver, right? Then with regards to the third element, which is crops. Not all crops. So imagine all the farmers have to pay zakat on every crop that they're growing, right? Where's the profit? But these certain crops. So in the Shafi madhab, we say, oh, the crop that you need to pay on is dates. There's a lot of value in that, right? You can make a lot of money of that. So we think that in order for the money to be distributed equally, and that it's not only circling in the circles of the wealthy, and that we make sure that there is economical balance. That's very important in the Sharia, economical balance. Zakah plays that. And we gave the example. If 200 million people give zakah of $1,000, we have $200 billion that is coming in on an annual basis. Imagine we were to actually implement that. And that's why we have one of two scenarios. We have abundance of zakah, or we have the lack thereof. Abundance of zakah, everybody is paying zakah. Ideal situation. How's the ummah supposed to look if that's really happening? We gave the example. If you take of the 1.7 billion people that are Muslim, if we say only 1 million of them are paying zakah, let's take the 80% and we say of the 80% of the 1 million that we have extrapolated from the 1.7 billion people pay zakah. Of the 80%, we say 20% is giving zakat of $500, mathalan, right? And you have maybe 10% giving zakat of $1,000, and you have maybe 5% giving zakat of $5,000, and you have maybe 2.5% of the 8% giving zakat of $10,000. Now we come into the wealthy, right? We come to the, so 2.5%, not a lot, right? But imagine all of them, of the 80% that I've mentioned now, are giving zakah, and you have 0.1% of them are giving approximately $25,000 zakah. And the extremely wealthy, probably $250 million as zakah. And it can even get more. The extremely, extremely wealthy. And we're saying, if 200 million Muslims were to give zakat of $1,000, the turnaround for that is 200 billion, Chef. Just imagine how many problems we can solve with the second pillar of Islam, wa'ita is zakah. Why was it such a fundamental part of our religion? The second year of Hijrah, zakat became obligatory. Because Islam understands the role of the economy in the survival of humanity. If that is not balanced, the entire society collapses. That's why when they cause an economic instability, then you see everything goes haywire. Look at the current situation globally. What is it causing? Economic instability. The first thing that hits the people is the money. The way we trade. Now we're going to charge you more. We're not going to trade in that currency. Things becomes way expensive. You see the petrol, it's what is happening here? They call that, it is, لا يوجد اتزان في السوق. There's no balance in the market. And the way we cause the balance is through identifying those things that are zakatable. But obviously, in short, to answer the question, the Sharia, the legislator mandates what is a zakatable asset. Allahu A'lam. I think I'm going to stop there, inshallah. I've already gone 15 minutes over my time. I apologize and please give me maaf in Cape Town for going 15 minutes over time. I hope that we are able to maybe have fiqh or zakah, one or two, soon, maybe after Ramadan sometime. We will get to go more into the calculations and give more examples on commercial goods, stock exchange, cryptocurrencies, and the zakat on the different types of wealth that we have in our community. Is it applicable or not? But we also know that tonight here in Cape Town will be our first Tarawih. So on behalf of the Medina team, staff, the board members, as well as all of our students, we say Ramadan Kareem to each and every one. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you a beautiful Ramadan, accept all your a'mal, your actions, your deeds, and ours, and grant us to make the most of this beautiful month and its beautiful nights. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us to reach the month of Ramadan. And we hope to see you all soon, inshallah. Keep us in your prayers, and we shall do the same. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Alhamdulillah. On behalf of Medina Institute, I would like to thank each one of you for attending this seminar. I'd also like to give special thanks to Sheikh Imtiaz for sharing his knowledge with us. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and barakatuh.